Texas League Baseball is next. And a good Friday afternoon, everybody. We welcome you into Texas League Baseball. And now here's the voice of Texas League Baseball. Here is John Baker. Thank you, Bob, and a good Friday afternoon, everybody. We welcome you into our live broadcast of Texas League Baseball. Well, today we are getting a double game, and so far this one will be 9 innings, and the fourth of this 6-game set will be a 7-inning contest after this one. Series continues tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. And don't forget Sunday at 1:05 as we have our last ever Missions taking on the Rockhounds here in Midland ball game. And so far that will wrap up our road travel to Midland for this year. Well, yesterday was not a good day to play baseball as Midland had severe thunderstorms, and it packed up some winds and large hail and cloud-to-ground lightning. And so far, we were just about ready to go into broadcast, and all of a sudden, the bad weather rolled in. So we are set for a 4 o'clock first pitch. We're going to play 9 innings on this game, 7 in game 2 of our doubleheader today. And so far, we're going to have a pretty good time today as we'll get underway right at 4 o'clock. Well, I'm joined in the booth by my partner, Bob. Bob, good to see you, as always. And how was your day today? My day was good. How was yours? Very good. We're pretty much here, and we're getting ready for a double game today. And we're just super excited to get started at 4 o'clock. Yeah, I got to say, John, that severe weather was not good yesterday, and so far it came in right about 7:05 was when the first raindrops started falling. Then we started seeing the clouds. It got pretty dark here at the ballpark. The stadium lights were on. The wind was blowing, and I got to say, it was nasty. Well, got to say, Bob, I bet it was. But anyway, today we're doing 2 games. So if you have a ticket that got rained out for last night, well, you can bring it up to the box office and exchange for a brand new ticket. And this ticket will have 2 games on it. So that's going to be pretty good as we get going here today. And so far, if any day that any Texas League team gets rained out, head to your local box office and, a rained out ticket that was purchased can be exchanged for a new ticket. And if it's a doubleheader game, then you get a ticket for a price of 2 games, which that is good. Well, anyway, we'll go ahead and give you win and losses. Even though San Antonio is in first place in the South Division, Springfield in the first in the North Division, even though we are looking at Tulsa. Boy, they won a good game last night there against the Frisco Rough Riders. Corpus Christi winning against Northwest Arkansas. It was close, 3-2 the final. And so far the Tulsa Drillers, boy, they had really gotten after the Frisco Rough Riders. And so far they won last night for their 3rd game of the series. And now they are on to game 4 this afternoon, and so far the rest of the series, and so on. But anyway, we got San Antonio at Midland, Arkansas at Amarillo, Tulsa at Frisco, Northwest Arkansas at Corpus Christi, Springfield at Wichita, And so far, pretty good. Ball clubs are fixing to have some pretty good showdowns. And so far, Mother Nature seems to be looking at her best as we get ready to go on this afternoon. And so far, we are just super excited to be in the booth and ready to broadcast a 2 games today. And yeah, so far we are just super excited for the action and for any team here in Midland that will play and win, but we'll see what happens in this one. Well, anyway, got our proud sponsors watching. We've got West Creek Trail Ride San Antonio watching, and they have been a proud sponsor of San Antonio Missions baseball for over a year and a half, which that has been pretty phenomenal. And so far, they will get a pretty good ordeal of getting all the way up to 2028 and even 2030 if it's possible, that they'll go up for that long in our proud sponsor list. Whataburger and Henry's Puffy Tacos. Regal Cinema is also a proud sponsor of the Missions, and so far Rockhounds too. They have just joined in, and they have pretty much had a affiliation to the Regal Cinema movie group, which that is also pretty good. Yeah, I gotta say, John, it is, and so far it's going pretty good. And so far, hopefully, things will get better for the movie group as well. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's been some pretty good movies over this summer. We've had Lilo and Stitch. We've had How to Train a Dragon. And so far, Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise, which that is a pretty good one. But anyway, going to be an exciting day as we get going here this afternoon. And so far, we are just looking forward to this broadcast and to everybody that are coming out right now for a 2 games for the price of 1, which that is good. And yep, so far, Bob, what is going on with the computer? And anyway, we'll have to probably figure that out. Bob is working on the computer, and so far don't know if it got hit by lightning last night due to the severe weather. But I tell you, 7 o'clock came in, we were rained out for an hour and a half in a rain delay, and then we found out that on Facebook the Rockhounds have postponed the game, and so forwardly we're doing 2 today to catch up. So anyway, that's not a bad thing. Anyway, Bob, if you need to reset that, you could go ahead and reset that and see what that will do. I mean, maybe it'll get it going. I mean, I don't know, but maybe it'll get going if we can find out what's going on with it. Yeah, I don't know. It probably got struck by lightning, and we'll try to restart this one. Okay, Bob. Awesome. But anyway, we're just about set to go. 4 o'clock is just around the corner. And our first pitch is 4 o'clock on the dot as we get things going on this afternoon. So we got baseball, and we'll be ready to go in just a little bit. And Bob is working out some kinks on the computer and getting it restarted and hopefully get our broadcast up and other things as well. But anyway, we'll be right back in this live broadcast as first pitch coming up right after our commercial breaks. About 4 minutes to first pitch here in Texas League Baseball. Well, Bob, you still working out some kinks? Here in Texas League Baseball. Oh, boy, Bob. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can hear ourselves echoing when we do that. But it's okay. It happens all the time. He's just watching something and, so far trying to get our live stream up and going. Bob is still working out the kinks as we get ready to play. We'll get ready to broadcast our live stream today, but anyway, Bob's been working on this for quite some time, and he is a computer geek when it comes to computers. When I've been working on computers my whole life, it just shows how great I could be. But what would you do without me there, John? Yeah, I gotta say, what would I do without you? And anyway, yep, computer is running a little bit slow. Bob is working on it. Hopefully, it'll get a whole lot better as we try to get in, and hopefully I'll see what is going on. But we've been live for already 28 minutes. Yeah, no, the computers these days is one of these things, you get in there and you be like, wow, what do I do? I mean, this thing is just running slow. But anyway, Bob, he's a pretty good tech genius, and so far I'll let him run the computers. And yep, we are fixing to get started here right at 4 o'clock. And we'll take you down now on the field for game one of our doubleheader today. Yes, we are getting going this afternoon. And yep, the Rockhounds will wear their orange uniforms and San Antonio wearing their road grays. So pretty good on that one. We do have a lot of clouds this afternoon. But the right-hander Jack Weisenberger is getting the call for Midland. And what do we know, Bob? Well, I got to say, John, he's at 98 mile per hour in the four-seamer. And so far, that is his weapon of choice in this one. Well, the leadoff batter for San Antonio is left fielder Albert Fabian, as he takes a slider down and outside. The count now 1-0. And we are 4 o'clock on the money on first pitch. And here's the pitch. That one is fouled off. The count now 1-1. Well, get a little rain. Thunderstorms did a washout last night here at the ballpark. And so far, we are playing a pretty good 2 games here today. That is right there. And the count now at 1-2. Winds blowing from the center field area. So here's a 1-2. And that's going to be a ground ball. Intercepted by the second baseman. Throw down to first easily in time for out number 1. And with that, let's give the visiting San Antonio Missions the starting lineups. Fabian Salas Mears will lead it off in the leadoff 3. Cassie Young, Campbell, Roederer, middle. Rojas, Cedeno, and DeVries round out the batting order for the San Antonio Missions here this afternoon. Ethan Salas, the catcher, comes in. Trying to see a lot of clouds, and yes, we will see shade in periods. And that's going to be inside for a strike. The count now at 0-1. No balls, 1 strike to Salas. And that's going to be a slider outside. The count now 1-1. So far, 2 games or a price of 1. Ain't that something, Bob? Yeah, I got to say, John, it really is. And that one's going to be lifted high in the air, deep to left field. And that's going to be on the warning track as it's caught for the outs. So 2 down, Salas is out.
The center fielder, number 14.
Well, a few more inches, and that would have been a home run for San Antonio. Here is Joshua Mears as he comes in and takes that one outside for a ball. The count now 1-0. So far, it's a pretty good day that if San Antonio wins this one or loses this one and claims the second game of the double, then that will be pretty good. Well, how many innings are we going on this one? We are basically going a 9-inning contest in this one, and next game we'll go down to 7. 3 balls and no strikes, and that's inside for a strike. It's 3-1. Well, so far, it's going to be pretty good 2 games. Hopefully San Antonio can win both. And that is right there, the count now 3-2. Or if Midland can win both, then basically that would put them up to a tie against San Antonio. Frisco would have to lose 2 to the Tulsa Drillers. And evidently, that would literally put the Frisco Rough Riders out of second place. And that's going to be right there. Line drive. That's a base hit up to left center. Or right center, should I say. And here comes a runner in. And he is in to score on the RBI double. And Castagnon gets in there. And San Antonio is now on the board early. It's now a 1-0 ball game. And pretty good on that line drive, right, Bob? I got to say, John, absolutely right. And he really came after it. And so far, what a great base hit for San Antonio. Right fielder is Jacob Campbell as he comes in. 2 out, base runner at second, a 1-0 score. And San Antonio now holding a 1-run lead against Midland. That one is popped out of play, and the count now at 0-2. So, no balls, 2 strikes to the right fielder, Campbell, and that's outside. And the count now at 1-2. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and that's a high pop-up right there. And foul grounds is the first baseman, and he'll make the play to end the inning. But anyway, Marcos Castagnon gets a run on a hit. No errors, 1 left for San Antonio. We now head to the bottom of the first inning, and the Missions have the 1-0 advantage against Midland. Rockhounds coming to bat. About set to go for the bottom of the first for Midland right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, a left-hander, Austin Davis, getting the call. And what do we know about him, Bob? Well, he's got an inning of 7 pitched. He's ERA 9, 18 and a half strikeout rate, and a .294 over a .125, which that is good for him, as he'll lead off the bottom of the first on the hill for San Antonio. And right now, here is Arabel Angeles as he leads it off for Midland. And we are set here to go. That one is high fly in the air. Fabian takes a tumble. Wow.
Batting second, the second baseman.
As he had to race for that ball, and it will rob them a base hit. And so far, that's going to give the starting lineups for Midland: Angeles, Halter, and Nankill lead off 3. Kurtz, Trinkle, Schwartz, middle. Bolt, Swift, and McIver rounded out for the Rockhounds here in Game 1. Colby Halter, the second baseman, coming in. A lot of shade from the clouds, which we desperately needed. It's been a hot one here in Midland. Temperature is at 95 degrees. A lot of kids out of school, and so far weekend plans have already started. So welcome to the weekend in our broadcast. And that one's going to be high fly in the air up to left field. Fabian will make the other catch. And he's got 2 for San Antonio. That's pretty good. Nate Nankill, the right fielder, coming in. 2 outs, nobody on. And the pitch. That one high in the air up to center. Mears getting after it, and he runs it down to end the inning. No runs, hits, or errors. Nobody left on for Midland as we now head to the second inning, and it is San Antonio up by 1-0. So about ready to go as Cole Roederer, Rojas, and Cedeno will lead it off in the top of the San Antonio Mission second inning. And it's 1-0 San Antonio here in this game. Top half of the second inning for San Antonio here in the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, the designated hitter is Cole Roederer, 6'7", due up against Jack Weisenberger, So we lead off the second inning for the Missions, and that's going to be high pop-up. And now to play the count now, 0-1. So far, well, I'll be doing this rest of this weekend, and so far a 3-game short series in San Antonio as the San Antonio Missions play host the Corpus Christi Hooks this next week. 1 ball, 1 strike to the designated hitter, Cole Roederer. That's going to be right there. Line drive. That is up to left center. That's a base hit. And Roederer's got a double. Look at him go.
Batting 7.
Yeah, I got to say, John, San Antonio getting pretty warmed up now as they get some pretty good hits. The last run that came in across the score was that RBI double. And so far, it was a pretty good one. Yeah, it sure was, Bob. Yendry Rojas coming up now. 7, 8, 9 due here in the top of the second. Rojas, the third baseman, coming in for the Missions, and so far pretty good on that. 1 ball, no strikes. That one's a high pop-up left field, and that is out number 1 by the left fielder.
Batting 8. The second baseman, Nerwillian Cedeno.
Well, the second baseman is Nerwillian Cedeno as he comes in. Runner still holding on to second. Cedeno at the plate, batting in the left hand. And that's right there. That's a slow roller. Going to second to third is the runner in scoring position. And Cedeno will be out on the ground ball, and that will put the runner straight to third. Leo Dallas DeVries, the shortstop, coming up now for San Antonio. And that's down and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Quarter of a way to Jack Weisenberger as he's pitching for his second inning on the hill for Midland. And slider outside, the count now 2 balls, no strikes. Weisenberger will get game 1, and it'll be determined in game 2 who will pitch for Midland in that one. That one is high fly in the air up to right field. The right fielder running after it shy of the warning track, and that is the third out. So no runs on a hit, no errors. 1 left at third stranded, and we're 2.5 with San Antonio up by 1-0. Kurt Strinkle-Schwartz will lead it off for the Rockhounds, bottom of 2, when we come back. All right, about set to go for the bottom of the second for Midland, right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Austin Davis coming to pitch in for the second inning on the hill for San Antonio. That is in for a strike. And the count now, 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. And the pitch is right there and in. And the count now at 0-2. Yo, 2. Right there, high in the air, sky to center. Right in front of the youth logo. And that is out number 1. Kurtz down by the first out. And that'll bring up left fielder Caden Trinkle. Trinkle from Muskogee, Oklahoma. Wow. Right where my friend lives, just 2 hours east of Tulsa, which that's pretty good. Oklahoma is a vast majority of Tornado Alley, I should say. Yep, I gotta say, John, it is, just like northern Texas is. Frisco is also in the part of Tornado Alley as well. Yeah, the Rough Riders territory. Also, North Division teams like Wichita, Northwest Arkansas, Springfield, and Tulsa also being out there.
Batting 6, the designated
Now,
hitter.
San Antonio, Corpus Christi, and Midland are the only 3 teams that may not be out in the Tornado Alley, but evidently I know Amarillo would be. Nick Schwartz coming in, and that's going to be lifted high in the air, and now to play the count now 0-1. Reed Timmer and his Storm Chasers, during the time that we were up in Amarillo during, I think it was like May 29th, somewhere in there, end of May, and that's going to be blistered right there and out of play as the bat breaks on the last out of the inning. So no runs, hits, or errors, nobody left on. And we head to the 3rd inning, and San Antonio leading this game by 1-0. Albert Fabian will lead it off. When we come back here in this broadcast, San Antonio leads it 1-0. Well, about set to go for the 3rd inning for San Antonio right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, the left fielder leading off the top of the lineup for San Antonio is left fielder Albert Fabian as he comes in. Now, you got to say, what about Reed Timmer? Oh, yeah, I was going to say that Reed Timmer and his Storm Chasers, during the end of May, went chasing outside of Lubbock and Amarillo. Now, even though the San Antonio Missions were up in Amarillo during the time of those storms, and that's outside for the ball. The count now 1-2. even though Wateridge Field has seen baseball-size hail this year. Last night, it was up to golf ball size here at the ballpark.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, I got to say, John, it was ugly. The storms had a bunch of lightning strikes with it, too. All around the ballpark and heavy rain, and it was coming down in buckets as you and me were watching it. And so far, the baseball players did not get out on the field, and so far they canceled the game because it was really too dangerous to get out and play. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Fabian. And the pitch. And that's going to be right there. Line drive. And that is foul. Oh, my goodness. That could have easily been a double. Or maybe even a single. But a base hit would really work on that. So 3 balls, 2 strikes to Fabian. 3-2. One more time. That one driven up nicely up to left field. The left fielder has it, and that's out number 1.
Now batting, the catcher, Ethan.
Ethan Salas coming in as he's 0 for 1, a flyout. Salas coming in and is ready to go. And that's going to be driven high in the air up to left field, right on the warning track as he'll make the play for 2 away.
Now batting, the center fielder, Joshua.
Center fielder Joshua Mears coming in as he's ready to go. And yep, a little shadow of cloud coming over the sun right now. And that's in for a strike. The count now 0-1. Top of the third, 2 out, nobody on for San Antonio. 1-0 score for the Missions. And that's going to be yanked foul. The count now 0-2. Weisenberger pitching in game 1. And yep, it will be decided who's getting game 2. And I've said that, but maybe twice I'll say it. That one is high in the air. And up to left field at the wall. Boy, that was awfully close. Few more inches and it could have been a home run. But that will pretty much do it. We had 3.5. No runs, hits, or errors for San Antonio. And it is 1-0 San Antonio in this broadcast. We're back for the bottom of the third when we come back. Bottom half of the third inning for Midland right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Henry Bolt will lead it off. 7-8-9. We are back in a broadcast. Austin Davis, 12 pitches. Now that is 13. Going forward for his third inning on the mound for San Antonio. No balls, one strike. Here's the pitch. And that's a swing and a miss. The count now 0-2. Well, San Antonio having a 1-0 ball game, and they are in a no-hitter against the Rockhounds. So far, pretty good. That is going to be right there. The second baseman, Cedeno. They get it to Castañon there at first. And then plenty of time for the out. So Bolt will be retired. And there is one away. Drew Swift, the third baseman, coming in. And the pitch. That's inside for a strike. The count now 0-1. Well, don't forget Game 5 tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock. Our 1 o'clock ball game beginning at 1 o'clock. And that's going to be right there and out of play. Still hanging on, but down in an 0-2 count. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. That one driven up nicely up the left field. And they're 2 down. Live for at least about 30 minutes or so in the broadcast, but evidently we are doing good. No balls, 1 strike. And yep, Bob will see how many. It would be 1 hour and 5 minutes already. Really? Wow. Okay, so 1 hour and 5 minutes that we've been live in our broadcast. No balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. It's right there. Cold third strike. Boy, they got him down looking. And that will do it. No runs, hits, or errors for Midland. As we head to the 4th inning, San Antonio still up by 1. So that will be Marcos Castañon to lead it off in the 4th. When we come back, San Antonio 1, Midland 0. Now set to go for the top of the fourth for San Antonio right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Marcos Castañon leading it off. Fourth inning against Jack Weisenberger as he starts his fourth on the hill for Midland as he'll throw the first pitch in for a strike. It's 0-1. A lot of sun and clouds mix this afternoon. Play a 9-inning contest this first one, 7 innings in the second of our doubleheader this afternoon. Partly cloudy. Temperature at 94 degrees. The pitch. And that's a swing and a miss. They get a strikeout. And he'll reach on the strikeout.
The batter, number 7.
And that'll bring up Jacob Campbell. 0 for 1 and a pop out. So pretty good for San Antonio as they get the strikeout, but they don't get the out on top of that play. Bowden and Dotson warming up, a lefty and a righty. And the pitch. That one is in for a strike, and it's 0-2. Yikes, that was a little outside the strike zone. It could have been early called for the ball, but evidently the home plate umpire knows what he's doing. Outside for the ball. Count now 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Campbell. And that is out of play. Still hanging on, 1-2. And the 1-2. And that's going to be driven up nicely. That is up to right center. And that's getting through for a base hit. Runner coming home. And that'll be an RBI double by Jacob Campbell, who makes it safely to second. And San Antonio gets another run on the board. It's now a 2-0 ball game for the Missions. Wow, they did it really good right there. They bring in a run, and that will also bring in the manager from the Midland dugout, and that will do for the guy here. Well, evidently, Jack Weisenberger was put out of the ball game, and that'll bring in a right-hander, Jack Perkins, as he will be the first one in the afternoon in relief. 4-seam, circle chain, slurve, cutter, sinker. Perkins now pitching for Midland. And that is a slurve outside. The count now 1-0. 81 miles an hour. Roederer was a double as 1 for 1 of the afternoon. And a pitch. That one high pop-up right there, and if it was an infield fly, it would have been. But that is out number 1. What a wasted opportunity right there to put another run across the score. And that'll bring up third baseman Yendry Rojas. Rojas coming in, ready to go. So far, it's been pretty exciting that we have a runner in scoring position. A 2-0 San Antonio lead. It's a no-hitter ball game. Hopefully the Missions could keep it that way, maybe. And that is out. And there's 2 away. Second baseman Nerwillian Cedeno coming in as he grounded out last time up. Well, a pretty good afternoon. Clouds and sun. No thunderstorm activity. You know, that will be a foul ball. The count now, 0-1 to the second baseman here. That one is a high pop-up right there, left field. Left fielder gets it, and he'll make the play. So, RBI double coming in, which means 1 run on 1 hit, no errors. And they leave 1 on base. Bottom of 4 coming up, San Antonio leading 2-0. As the 4th inning goes to the Rockhounds, as Arabelle Angeles, top of the order, set to follow in for the bottom of 4 when we come back. Bounce set to go for the bottom of 4 right now for the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Austin Davis now getting ready to face the top of the lineup for Midland. And he'll take the strike inside. The count now 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. That is popped foul and still holding on. San Antonio in a no-hitter, almost through 4 innings. And that is going to be right there out of play. And the count still remaining 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. That one skied to right field. Campbell has it in plain sight. And he's got it. One away here.
Second baseman,
The lead off the bottom of a 4th inning for Midland. Second baseman Colby Halter coming in now. The pitch, swing and a miss. Boy, ugly fastball swing right there. And the count now at 0-1. The pitch is a swing and a miss again. Boy, he is jumping at it. And that is poor plate discipline right there. Yeah, I got to say, John, it really is. When you think about how much you try to catch up to that fastball, it really doesn't catch up to you. You just let it go and you let it swing and you miss a few times, but you try to catch up to that fastball and yet still don't catch up with it. It's very disappointing. Yeah, it sure is. 1-2. That one popped high in the air, foul up to left field, and just hit that one out of play. San Antonio 2-0, bottom of 4. Halter at the plate now for Midland. And again, same area as he'll hit that one. That will land behind the backstop. And the count now at 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Austin Davis, here comes the pitch. Swing, got him in the circle change, down and in. And that fooled him really good. 2 away, and that'll bring up the right fielder, Nate Nankill, as he'll strike up for Midland. Rockhounds wearing their orange jerseys this afternoon. And the pitch, that is high fly in the air and out of play. And the count now 0-1. Boy, we got a lot of them seats filled up right behind home plate, and so far pretty nice. Got a lot of kids out here at the ball game. Summer vacation that will last for almost 1 more month. Be time to register your kids to go to school. 2025 school year will get set to go. The 0-2. That one's got high in the air up to left field. Fabian under it, waits for it, and he's got it. And that ends the inning. No runs, hits, or errors. Nobody on for Midland, as that is 4 shutout innings. And San Antonio still has a early lead, 2-0, in a no-hitter. DeVries, Fabian, and Salas will lead it off for the top of the 5th inning when we come back at San Antonio 2, Midland 0. About set to go for the fifth inning for San Antonio, right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, that'll bring up the shortstop Leo Dallas DeVries, 9-1-2, due up, facing off the reliever Jack Perkins. Here's the pitch. That one is fouled in the way. The count now 0-1. Cloud cover bringing us lots of shade here in Game 1. Game 2 will be decided at a later time. No balls, 2 strikes. The Leo Dallas DeVries batting in the left-hand batter's box facing off the pitcher. And that one fouled, and the count now 0-2. Not a lot of hard-hit balls this half-afternoon in this game. Yeah, I got to say, John, and really, Midland has not hit anything as of yet. They've been doing a lot of 3-up, 3-down innings, and so far, just bet the wind's knocking it down. And most of all the base hits that we're trying to perform here today against these two teams. The left fielder, Albert Fabian, yep, good point there, Bob. Strides up to the plate now. Fly out, ground out, 0 for 2 to the left fielder. And that is fouled in the way. The count now 0-1. You know, the wind's blowing out from left center. And not bad enough, but that's right there. Line drive. And he's in for a infield single. That's a base hit on the scores decision. So pretty good right there. And here is Ethan Salas. Salas coming in. Hits that one high approach to the left field area. And he did not last long, as that is out number 2.
The center fielder, number 14, Joshua.
Center fielder Joshua Mears coming up now. Walking a run is 0 for 1. But anyway, we're doing pretty good here this afternoon, and so far, it is a pretty good one. That one right there outside. And the count now 0-1. Top of the 5th, San Antonio up 2-0. No-hitter ball game. And that is going to be a foul ball. And the count now at 0-2. Still hanging on. Runner at first. And here's the pitch. That one high in the air up to right field. And that's the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. And we now hit bottom of 5. San Antonio leading 2-0. Kurt Strinkle-Schwartz lead off the bottom of the 5th. As we'll start the bottom of the 5th for Midland when we come back. Bottom of the fifth for Midland right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Nick Kurtz will lead us off. Austin Davis getting another inning of work. And this is his fifth inning set to go. That one high flying in the air and out of play for a strike. Gets the count now 0-1 on a fouled ball. Confidence level at a pretty good. He's doing really well. Getting a lot of 3-up, 3-down innings. And that's going to be hard hit. Rojas at third will take it himself, and there's the out. So pretty good on that one.
The left fielder, number 10, Caden.
Left fielder, Caden Trinkle coming in. Flight out 0 for 1. Second viewer coming in. Hello there. Has welcomed in to a lot of people watching across the Texas League. From San Antonio to Midland, Corpus Christi, Frisco, and Amarillo in the South, and even the North Division as well. The 0-1. That one down and outside, 1-1.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
1 ball, 1 strike to Trinkle. Been a pretty good baseball season, hasn't it, Bob? Gotta say, John, it has been a very good baseball season. That one out of play. The count now at 1-2. Look at how many strikes he has. 37 strikes. His ball has been 3, and in total, at least 40. The pitch right there, out of play. Free souvenir. And we got an injury. The trainer is out to visit Austin Davis. Apparently, Davis suffered an undisclosed injury on the previous play, and Davis will be removed out of this ball game. So with the injured teammate, that'll bring in Jason Blanchard.
Number 24, Jason.
And so
Blanchard.
far it will be decided to be out on an x-ray from the count now. And the pitch. Swing! Got him on the slider. And there's 2 down.
The batter, number 6, designated hitter.
Designated hitter is Nick Schwartz. As he comes in. And the pitch is down and inside for a strike. And the count now 0-1. Now, Bob, what is going on with our live stream? Is everything okay? Well, sure hope it is there, John. Well, hopefully it is. But anyway, no balls, 1 strike. And the pitch right there. Rojas intercepts it right in time. Castellon inning over. So another 1, 2, 3 inning here. And they will keep them off the board for an extra half inning. We're on now to the 6th. San Antonio leading it 2-0. So we are top of the 6th inning as Marcos Castellon, Campbell, and Roederer will lead it off when we come back here in this broadcast. About ready to go for the 6th inning for San Antonio right now, the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, 4, 5, and 6 due up top of the 6th inning, facing off Jack Perkins. And that's in for a strike. The count now 0-1 as the first pitch thrown in. Underway, inning number 6. Against the right-hander Jack Perkins. And the 0-1. That one hit the third, slow roller, flip across to first, and that's out number 1.
Now batting, Number 7.
That'll bring up number 7, right fielder Jacob Campbell. RBI double in the fourth. Is 1 for 2. Pretty good on that as well. And here's the pitch to him. Swing and a miss. The count now 0-1. Well, cloud cover will intensify by late evening. Evidently, we've seen a lot of sun and clouds mixed here in game 1 of our doubleheader. And look out, circle change will get him off the plate. And that's 1 ball, 2 strikes. 21 pitches for Perkins. Pitching on the mound for Midland. Halfway through the ball game in game 1, and don't forget we got another ball game coming up. And look out, boy, that nearly took his nose off. Jeez Louise. Gotta watch out there. That guy's trying to aim for his nose. Right there, and that is out number 2.
Now batting. Designated hitter.
I remember hearing Matt Vasgersian back in 2021, or whatever year it was. Midland was at Northwest Arkansas. We did a broadcast on that. And it was about bottom of the 3rd inning. And this one guy on the mound for Northwest Arkansas just decided to aim for his nose. A few inches off from plunking him in the face. It's like, whoa, look out there. That one just nearly got him in the nose. About nearly took his nose off. But anyway. Oh, I miss good old Matt. And I think Matt is retired, and way back then, he was a pretty good sports announcer. I remember working alongside with the guy. I mean, he was a really good guy. Yendry Rojas, the third baseman, coming in. Well, he would broadcast the away games. I'd do the home games, and right there, Cole Roederer gets on. First walk allowed for
Now batting, the third baseman, Yendry
San Antonio, and Yendry Rojas, the third baseman, coming in. And the pitch. Down and in, sinker. And the count now at 1-0. So far, Sunday afternoon, 1 o'clock. Be our last ever game here in Midland for the year. And it's off, taking on a short 3-game set at home against Corpus Christi. And then leaving for Corpus Christi. And then it'll head to Wichita. 4 days off after that, then come back home, take on 9 games against Amarillo and Midland there in San Antonio. That's going to be right there. Liner straightaway center. That's a base hit. It gets down. So that will put another batter on base, and that will put a runner in scoring position now. And that'll bring in Nerwillian Cedeno. Cedeno coming in. He fouls that one off. And the count now at 0-1. Fly out and a ground out 0 for 2 to the San Antonio second baseman Cedeno. Ready to go. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Circle change gets him out full for a strike. Gets 0-2. Here's the pitch. And that gets away. Right there. Wild pitch puts a runners at second and third. And man, rough around the edges. A run in to score will make it 3-0 for San Antonio. A base hit would put both of them base runners on. And that's a ground ball, right at ground hop, and right in front of that first base area will get the guy out, and that ends the inning. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on for San Antonio. And we are heading to the bottom of the 6th inning. 7, 8, 9 due up, end of the order. And it's 2-0 San Antonio in a no-hit ball game. Well, do you know that Friday night is $2 Dr. Pepper night here at the ballpark? Well, guess what it is? Every $2 Friday night, you can get concession drinks for just $2. Dr. Pepper is also the proud sponsor of Rockhounds Baseball. And also Taco Villa, spice your life. Located in Amarillo, Midland, Odessa, Hobbs, San Angelo, and other surrounding Permian Basin areas. Thank you, Bob. And always got to know that Taco Villa is my #1 favorite Mexican food restaurant, located around the Permian Basin. And so far, it is the best place that Bobby Cox has owned restaurants. Well, plus not just Taco Villa itself, but Rose's Cafe and Texas Burger are also his restaurants as well. If you want a Taco Tuesday, visit Rose's Cafe, $7.99 Taco Tuesday, no tax included, which that is phenomenal. Just check out his locations anywhere in the Permian Basin, and you are good to go. Well, if you want a good Texas burger, you go to Texas Burger. They got hamburgers, hot dogs, they got sandwiches, crinkle cut French fries, and a lot more on that. Visit Bobby Cox locations, Taco Villa, Texas Burger, and Rose's, located throughout Amarillo, San Angelo, Midland, Odessa, and a lot of other places. Well, we lead off the bottom half of the 6th inning. Henry Bolt coming in. Our proud sponsors are the 3 restaurants of his, and so far, pretty good on that. That's right there, out of play. The count now 0-1 as Henry Bolt comes in, batting in the right-hand batter's box as well. Blanchard hits that one inside the strike zone, and the count now at 0-2. Well, I got to say, for the starter, pretty bad on that, as the starter for San Antonio was out on an injury. Austin Davis is in our prayers as he heads to the Midland Regional Hospital, as he will get an x-ray. Don't think it's severe, but evidently if it is, he'll get 3 or 4 weeks out of baseball and most likely be refreshed and brand new again. Here's the 0-2. That one high flying in the air up to right field. And that is caught by the right fielder, Campbell. And that is one down.
Number 16.
Drew Swift, the hot corner man, comes up now, who's 0 for 1, a flyout. San Antonio in a 2-0 ball game and also a no-hitter, which that is pretty good. Takes a strike inside, the count now at 0-1. Pretty good here up in Midland. Got a great crowd here. Game 2 coming up after the 9th inning, and Cedeno's going to get that one. Throw down the first to Castagnon, and that is out number 2.
Now batting, the catcher, Willie.
So that will bring up Willie McIver as he'll strike up next. 2 out, nobody on here in the bottom of 6 for Midland. Midland is a road orange jersey. They also wear it at home too. Yeah, I gotta say, John, when their dirty home white uniforms are dirty, then they are going to be nice and clean. Well, don't they have their home whites in the dryer right now? Because we went down into the laundry room and every dryer has the home whites. Yep, and the baseball players will get to wear them in game 2. And so far, we'll have to put you on hold on that one, as that will be a right field catch by Campbell, and that will do for the side retired. So no runs, hits, or errors, and that is 6 shutout innings. We're on now to the 7th inning, and it's 2-0 San Antonio as we head to the 7th inning this afternoon. We're back here for inning number 7, and we will be right back. So stay tuned with us here in this one. Now set to go for inning number 7 for San Antonio right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, a left-hander, Ben Bowden, is coming in relief. It's a 4-seam fastball, splitter, slider, and a 2-seam fastball. Will come in as he starts his relief pitching for Midland. And here is the shortstop, Leo Dallas DeVries, 0 for 2 and 2 flyouts. San Antonio needs to hold Midland for 3 more outs. And that is going to be a ground ball. Straight away and short, right to first. Easy play, 1 away. And so far, pretty good on that one as well. Left fielder Albert Fabian will overturn the lineup cards. And we're up to the first batter for San Antonio here in this one. 1 for 3. Fabian is coming in, and he skies that one to right field. And that's out number 2. So 2 up, 2 down.
Now batting, the catcher, Ethan.
This ball game going really quick. 3 up, 3 down innings for Midland. 2 runs for San Antonio in to score. And so far, pretty good on that one. The pitch. That one skied high in the air. That will get extra bases. And Salas going to get down for a double. And he's going to put the brakes on as he won't chance it for a triple. And that is a 2-out base runner. So pretty good on that play as the catcher gets on base. By golly, that was just one of the best base hits we can see as the San Antonio Missions. Joshua Mears coming up now, the center fielder. Takes that one down and in, a splitter. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. 0 for 2 by a walk and a run inherited. Well, the center fielder here today for San Antonio. 1 ball, no strikes. That one's going to be right there. Line drive. That's a center field base hit. Here he comes from second and is in across the score. RBI single. And San Antonio plates another run. It's now 3-0. Well, by golly, that was pretty interesting, and now they lead by 3. Marcos Castañon coming in. And when you see some pretty interesting plays, you have to get loud. You cheer on for that team. Marcos Castañon is 1 for 3 as he RBI double in the first. Well, San Antonio leading 3-0 against Midland. No hitter. 1-1 the count now to Castañon, the first baseman up for San Antonio. And the pitch. Swing and a miss right there. The count now 1-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The windup, and here comes. That one popped up high in the air and out of play. And here he comes with 1-2. And that's going to be right there. Line drive. That's a base hit. Well, San Antonio getting another hit. They've had a run in this half inning. So now 2 more on the bases. And here's the pitch. That one outside. 1 ball, no strikes to Jacob Campbell, the right fielder. Boy, and I tell you one thing, they are getting pretty good on base hitting. And all it takes is getting on base and plate discipline these days. Yeah, I got to say, John, that's a key element of baseball. Yep, you're right, Bob. That is for sure. Here's a 1-1. Swing and a miss. Slider gets him out chasing for strike 2. 1-2 the count now. For San Antonio's right fielder, Campbell. And a pitch. That one's skied to center field. And that will do it. So a run in across the score. And that, my friends, will take us down to the bottom of the 7th inning. And it's 7th inning stretch here at the ballpark. San Antonio leading 3-0. Well, hope you've had a great 7th inning stretch, but now it's time to get back to work. Rockhounds, bottom of the 7th, starting right now here in the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Thank you, Bob. Arabelle Angeles leads it off. We're back to the top of the lineup for Midland. 1, 2, 3 due up against Jason Blanchard. And a pitch right there in the inside corner for a called strike. It's 0-1. 13 pitches by Jason Blanchard for San Antonio. That is pretty good. Right there, swing and miss. The count now 0-2.
0-2.
Down in an 0-2 hole. A lot of 3-up, 3-down innings in this broadcast. First game of our doubleheader. This is game 3. Game 4 headed our way. And that one will have a 7-inning contest. Right there, Cedeno gets him right in time. Boy, awfully close. That could have been an infield single, and that would have eliminated the no-hitter. Still with one down, Colby Halter coming in. Halter coming, and here he comes. Line drive high in the air, up to left field, and Fabian will run it down, and there's 2 down.
The right fielder, number 19, Nate Nankiel.
That'll bring up Nate Nankiel, the right fielder. 0 for 2 and 2 flyouts. Well, with San Antonio 3-0 against Midland, they've got a pretty good chance of winning this one. And so far, if they do, it would be their 43rd. Frisco has to beat Tulsa in order to stay in second place. And San Antonio would have to keep going on that one. They're 3.5 games up against Frisco and Midland. Amarillo and Corpus Christi still in 4th and 5th places. Here's a 2-0. And that's going to be right there. Line drive, a base hit, and that will end the no-hit streak. So Midland
Now batting.
loses combined perfect game bid for the San Antonio Missions. That's kind of hard on giving up a no-hitter. Perfect game thus far, I would say, but Midland trailing 3 runs in this broadcast. Nick Kurtz coming in now. A 2-out base runner for Midland comes in, and that's going to be high fly in the air. Shortstop DeVries will put it in his pocket and be content with it, as that will be the inning over. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. And we head to the 8th inning. San Antonio leading this game 3-0.
Now,
We got Roederer, Rojas, and Cedeno will lead it off in the top of the 8th inning when we come back. We'll have a new right-hander starting up for Midland. And we'll be ready to go on top of that one. We'll be right back in our broadcast. Our score here in Midland, San Antonio 3, Rockhounds 0. Top half of the 8th inning set to go for San Antonio right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, we have a right-hander, Tanner Dotson, will get the call. Down to the final 2 innings of Game 1. And then it will be Game 2, ready to go in 30 minutes from now. Designated hitter Cole Roederer comes in as 1 for 2 with double. Leading off the top of the 8th for San Antonio. 6, 7, 8 due up against Tanner Dotson. Here's the pitch. That one skied high in the air up to right field. And that is 1 down.
Now batting.
So pretty good. Pretty good on this one. Yendry Rojas, the third baseman, coming in. Singled is 1 for 3. And that's a strike inside. It's the count now at 0-1. Right-hander Emmanuel's warming up in the Rockhounds bullpen. Going to be pretty good on that. And that's going to be inside for a strike. And the count now at 0-2. Pretty good afternoon thus far. That is right there. Liner straight away up to left field. That's a base hit.
Now batting, the second baseman, Nerwillian Cedeno.
So Nerwillian Cedeno coming in as he's set to go. And punches that one foul. And the count now at 0-1. He grounded out. The second inning is 0 for 3. Here's the pitch.
Nope.
And that is outside. 1-1. And the pitch is inside. The count now 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count to Nerwillian Cedeno. And that one is chopped foul. Still hanging on. And the pitch. And that one skied to right field. And that's an out as he runs it down. And they're 2 down.
Number 94.
Well, that'll bring up shortstop Leo Dallas DeVries as he comes in. 9-hole batter. Hits that one out of play, foul. And the count now at 0-1. 2 away. Base runner at first. And that one's going to be high in the air. Running after it. Right there at the wall, hits the wall, and that ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left for San Antonio. Bottom half of the 8th inning set to go. San Antonio leads this one 3-0. We're back here as Caden Trinkle will lead it off for Midland. That is Trinkle, Schwartz, and Bolt will lead it for the Rockhounds when we come back. About set to go for the bottom of the 8th inning for Midland right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Caden Trinkle leading it off as 5-6-7 due up against Jason Blanchard. Get the start here for San Antonio in relief of Austin Davis being hurt on the mound. Evidently, he will hopefully get the win on the mound today for Game 1. But we do keep a prayer for Austin Davis. And so far, he is in our prayers for our San Antonio starter and pitching crew and staff. And hopefully, he will be okay, I hope. Right there, Cedeno will get that one for the out.
Now batting, the designated hitter.
And there is one away. Nick Schwartz, the designated hitter, coming in. 0 for 2, a pop out and a ground out. And a pitch right there. Hit the Rojas, ground hopper. Right there, the first to Castañon. And there's 2 down.
Now batting, the center fielder, Henry.
Center fielder Henry Bolt coming in is 0 for 2, a fly out and a ground out. And a pitch. That one right there. And that's a line drive up to left field. That's through for a hit. Second hit for Midland in this game.
Number 16, Drew Swift.
And now we'll bring up Drew Swift. And a pitch is right in the inside corner for a strike. And it's 0-1. Fly out and a ground out. 0 for 2 to the Rockhounds third baseman. No balls. 1 strike. Down and in. And the count now 0-2. 2 away, base runner there at first. 0-2 count to Swift. Swing and a miss. Got him. And that ends the inning. So no runs on a hit, no errors, 1 left. And it's 9th inning coming up. San Antonio leading 3-0. As we go to our last 2 commercial messages, left fielder Fabian comes in as he'll start up for San Antonio. And we will be right back. We're a proud sponsor of Taco Villa. Do you love Taco Tuesdays? Well, the Rockhounds, if Rockhounds ground a opponent into a double play, then everybody gets free tacos courtesy of Taco Villa. Oh, Bob, you are making me hungry when you say something about that. But anyway, pretty good right there. Well, we are our final inning here in Game 1 of our doubleheader. And so far, we got a lot more. Game 2 is on the way, and we'll get a little bit of a rest break, and we will get right back at it. We'll head for a 7-inning contest for Game 2 of our doubleheader. And so far, going to be pretty good. Don't forget our 2 teams continue the series here in Midland tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. But first pitch will go at 7:05 as we get set to go here in this one. Well, top of the 9th inning straight away, and that'll bring up left fielder Albert Fabian as he is set to go here for the top of 9 for San Antonio. He'll take the first pitch in for a strike, and it is 0-1. Emanuels and Palouse, 2 right-handers warming up in the Rockhounds bullpen. Get in and get something going. The 0-1. Swing and a miss right there. The count now 0-2. Midland will have their final 3 chances, bottom of 9. And look out. Boy, that is running out from him, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Great crowd this afternoon. And that is fouled off. The count now at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Partly cloudy afternoon, but yep, we will have more clouds going into the latter part of the evening. Cloudy skies overnight for Midland. And yes, we will have a nice sunny day tomorrow and on Sunday as well. We wrap up the series against San Antonio at 1 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Fabian. And he's going to blister that one up to right field. That gets through, a base hit. Boy, and so far, every base hit has been pretty good for San Antonio, leading a 3-0 ball game. And yeah, it is getting pretty good here in this broadcast. No ball, 1 strike. That one is in for code strike, and it's the count now 0-2. Ready to go. Here's the pitch. That one right there out of play. So far, everybody else are scheduled to go for
ball, that's inside.
In that one. Everybody else will start at 7 o'clock, the usual time. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. That one lofted high in the air, up to center. And that's 1 away on a fly out.
The center fielder, number 14, Joshua.
Center fielder is Joshua Mears. He'll stride up to the plate. 1 for 3 RBI single in the 7th. About set to go here in this one. And that is going to be well hit. And that's getting down. That's a base hit. And the ball's getting away. And run number 4 for San Antonio in the score by a Joshua Mears RBI double. Boy, what a hit for San Antonio. And it's 4-0 Missions as a 1-out base runner after the RBI double comes in. Marcos Castañon, 2 for 4, double, single, RBI, and a run. Be pretty good.
Ball 2.
2 balls, no strikes to Castañon. And a pitch. That one right there. That is ground ball to third, to first, and they got him. So 2 down. And San Antonio down to their last out here in this half of the 9th inning.
The batter, number 7.
Jacob Campbell, the right fielder, coming up now as he's the last out. A base runner, a base hit would get a 5th run in to score. That's a swing and a miss.
0-1.
And the count now at 0-1. Top of the 9th at San Antonio 4. Ground ball, straight away. And they got him by a step. But Joshua Mears gets the RBI double. And it's a 4-0 ball game for San Antonio as we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. And we got more baseball ahead. One more break in this one. Willie MacGyver will straw you up for the Rockhounds when we come back. Don't forget, Game 2 is on its way. And we cannot wait to see y'all get super excited for that one because we have a lot more baseball. And yes, come and join us on this fine Friday night. Because, yeah, we're going to be glad that you did. So more baseball straight ahead. Well, hope everybody's enjoying this day thus far. And so far, we are ready for the bottom of the ninth for Midland right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Willie MacGyver coming in, 9-1-2, due up for the bottom half of the ninth for Midland. San Antonio leading a 4-run lead. Midland trailing those 4 runs, and all of them have been well earned. No balls, 1 strike. Blanchard at 29 pitches. And that is fouled off, and the count now at 0-2. Well, game 2 is scheduled for 7. And so far it is about 6:30, so evidently getting a 30-minute rest break is vital to game 2 as our batters and everybody that are on this field will need their rest period. Arabelle Angeles coming in, leadoff batter for Midland. And he'll take a strike inside, the count now at 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. And the pitch. That one is outside, the count now 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. That one fouled. And the count now at 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, the count. That one hit right there. Castagnon gets it, steps on the bag, and unassisted play.
Now batting, the second baseman, Colby.
And pretty good right there. They're down to their final out as Colby Halter comes in. He is ready to go. And here's the pitch. That is fouled off. And the count now at 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. And the pitch. Right there and in. And they're down against it to their final strike. The 0-2. And he'll protect the plate. So no balls and 2 strikes to count. And the pitch. Fouled off again. Still hanging on. No balls, 2 strikes, and a pitch. One more time. Strike 3 called, and that is a 4-0 shutout finish. And San Antonio taking game 1 of the doubleheader. Now the Missions have a 43-28. Midland 40-33. as that will be game one here in this afternoon. Game two about ready to go in just a little bit. And so far, stay with us as we have a lot more on the way of our entire broadcast. Which that for sure gonna be a pretty good thing. So our final, San Antonio 4, Midland nothing. 4-0 shutout finish for the Missions here in game one. So 4 runs, 11 hits, no errors. And for San Antonio, only 2 hits allowed. Well, anyway, Joshua Mears was 2 for 4 as he had a double and 2 RBIs. Winner on the mound will go to Jason Blanchard, and the loss will go to Jack Weisenberger. Well, time of our ball game in game one, 2 hours and 48 minutes with our initial broadcast here in this one. Well, anyway, don't forget game two will be coming up. So we will be back on the air in just a little bit. So stay tuned with us. All right, Game 2 broadcast is straight ahead right now for the Midland Rockhounds Baseball Network. Here is John Baker. Well, thank you, Bob, and we welcome you back to Texas League Baseball. It is Game 2 of our doubleheader tonight, but it's Game 4 of 6 against the visiting San Antonio Missions and your Midland Rockhounds. Well, gotta say, this one, we go 7 innings. And so far, we're just super excited to have everybody with us here this evening. Well, it was a win for San Antonio. They shut out Midland. Game 1, 4-0. And so far, Midland will have one more chance of claiming a victory and securing the second place position. And so far, the Rockhounds down 4.5 games against the San Antonio Missions. And so far, pretty good on that. Well, I'm joined in the booth by my partner, Bob. Good to see you again. And so far, we've been sitting here and we're watching the field workers working on the field, and so far they are watering it right now. And yeah, just a partly cloudy evening, and as I said before, that the clouds will increase by later on this evening here in Midland, and so far it's going to be pretty good. Yeah, I got to say, John, and yeah, we had that rain yesterday, and that's what canceled the third of that 6-game set against San Antonio. But with it being completed, it was a pretty good thing that it has been completed right at 4 o'clock in that broadcast, which that was really good. Yeah, I got to say, Bob, absolutely right about that. While our field crew is working on the field, getting ready for Game 2, and yes, fans are still in their seats as we get set to go for our second of today. Game 4 of 6 against San Antonio, taking on Midland. And so far, 7 o'clock will pretty much Arkansas, Amarillo, Tulsa at Frisco, Northwest Arkansas, at Corpus Christi, Springfield at Wichita. They are about ready to go here this evening. And so far, the 8 ball clubs will have 9 innings of play, but San Antonio and Midland played a 9-inning for Game 1, and Game 2 will be a 7-inning here in this one. Well, anyway, we'll be right back as we bring you the first pitch of our ball game just moments away here in Game 2. All right, now we take you down on the field as we bring you Game 2's live action here tonight. And so far, we are going pretty good here this evening. And yep, we are ready to go. Well, Rockhounds back to their normal white uniforms in this one. And so far tonight, Stevie Emanuels, the right-hander, gets the call for Midland here tonight. Here in game 2 is a four-seam slider and a cutter. We'll get going here for the Rockhounds. Nice 30-minute rest break as we get ready to go here for game number 2. Left fielder Albert Fabian coming in. Pretty good baseball at 4 o'clock. First pitch now 7 o'clock as we are underway in this one. That's a strike inside by Emanuels. And ready to go. Here's the pitch. And that one blistered deep to right field, and that is a crushed out ball, and that is gone. And the leadoff batter's got a home run. Well, by golly. Pretty good right there, as that will be a home run, 374 foot. And he comes in after a 0-1 count, and he just whacks the stuffing out of it. Well, San Antonio early on is on the board first, as now it's a 1-0 ball game, and they are up by 1.
Nope.
Here is Ethan Salas, 2, 3, and 4 due up against Stevie Emanuels, as he'll take a pitch in for the ball. The count now 1-0. Stadium lights now coming on. And they'll take a strike inside. The count now at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Already 4 pitches in this ball game, and that's going to be fouled off. The count now 1-2. So pretty good on this one.
2 balls.
And that's going to be 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Salas. And the pitch. That is outside, and that will load up the count full. That's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And right there, strikes recalled, and the catcher is down on strikes.
Batting third, the center fielder, number 14.
And that'll bring up the center fielder, Joshua Mears. Mears a swing and a miss. The count now 0-1. Boy, tell you one thing, just getting pretty good on that one.
Ball, that's out.
And that is outside. The count now at 1-1. Well, that is a slider. The count now 1-2.
2 strikes.
So 1 ball and 2 strikes to count.
3.
And that is strike 3. And they're 2 down.
Number 6,
Marcos Castañon coming in now, as he'll take a strike. And it's 0-1 here in this one. And that'll be 1-1 the count now to Castañon. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch. That one skied high in the air up to center field. And that will do it. So Albert Fabian getting a home run. So 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left for San Antonio. And it's on now to the bottom of the first. Midland coming to bat right after these commercial messages. Back here after that as we get ready for the bottom of the first inning. And it's a 1-0 lead for San Antonio in this game. About set to go for the bottom of the first inning for Midland. Right now, the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Bottom of the first one. Well, the right-hander is Braden Nett as he'll get the pitch for San Antonio here in the second of our doubleheader. Forcing cutter, splitter, slurve, and a sinker. We'll get going for him in the bottom half of the first inning on the hill for San Antonio. Shortstop is Arabelle Angeles as we lead it off. And the pitch. That's in for a strike. The count now 0-1. No balls, 1 strike in as we're now into the bottom of 1. 0-1. And that is a strike as he'll miss. Did not hold up in time on that one. Just got to say, that was pure ugly right there. Yeah, I got to say, John, absolutely right, and it sure was. Well, he gets a pitch clock violation right there. And here's the pitch. That's right there and out of play. And the count now at 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes to count. And a pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. And that's pretty much 1 down here in this one. Here is Colby Halter as he comes in. We'll take a strike inside. And it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1. And that's an inside strike. And it's 0-2. 0-2. And that one's going to be right there. Line drive up the right field. Campbell will intercept. And there's 2 down. And with that, let's give the home team starting lineups. And there it is on your screen. As we look at these boys playing the last game and so far end up losing by 4 against San Antonio. Here's right fielder Nate Nankiel as he strides up now. And here's the pitch. That is right there and in for a strike, and the count now 0-1. Well, hopefully San Antonio and Midland can share a split. And that's going to be right there. Line drive. That is a base hit. And the first one here in the bottom of the first inning, that's a 2-out double for Nate Nankiel. And so far, pretty good on that as well. Well, that'll bring up the next batter, Nick Kurtz. As he'll strike up now, and he'll foul that one off. The count now 0-1. Kurtz, the first baseman for Midland. And the pitch. That one driven up nicely. That is deep. That is gone. How about that? Out of here. And Kurtz gets the first home run today, and it was a 2-run shot to center. And Midland takes back the lead. It's 2-1 Rockhounds. 414 with the 107.5 mile per hour exit velocity. And they come in like nothing else. And they take back the lead. Midland 2, San Antonio 1. That's going to be right there. Line drive. That's a center field base hit. And so far, pretty good on that. Yeah, I got to say, John, Rockhounds trying to get in, trying to win this one to series split this doubleheader. They'll be pretty good right there as well. Yeah, it sure would. Schwartz coming in as a designated hitter. Hopefully trying to stop San Antonio from getting in and trying to get something going. That's going to be a wild pitch right there. He'll steal from first going to second. And there he goes. He's got it right where he wants it. And evidently, he did pretty good on that one. Yeah, I got to say, John, he did phenomenally well. Yeah, he sure did. Well, here is Nick Schwartz. Runner at second, 2 away. 2-1 ball game for Midland, and they'll lead a run against San Antonio. Here is the 1-2. And that one is popped foul. And the count now at 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. And called third strike, and that will get him down. Well, tell you one thing, that was pretty good right there, as they will get a run. Well, 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and they leave 1. We now head to the second inning, and Midland leads this game 2-1. Top half of the second inning for San Antonio right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, Jacob Campbell coming in now as lead off the top of the second inning for the Missions. And that is going to be popped foul. The count now at 0-1. No balls, 1 strike to the right fielder. And that is going to be high, pop up, out of play, and the count now 0-2. Well, so far so good in this ball game. Midland may split this doubleheader with San Antonio today. I would say it would be an even doubleheader. And here's pitch, and that's going to be right there. They ground ball. Right to first, and they get them easily. So 1 down.
Cole Roederer.
And that'll bring up Cole Roederer. Roederer coming in, ready to go. Gotta say, pretty good on that. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss right there, slider. The count now 0-1. No balls, one strike, and the pitch. And that's going to be right there. Line drive. That's a base hit up the right field, and that'll get down. Runner heads for second and is safely across. Roederer up to second base. And so far, pretty good on that. Yeah, I got to say, John, absolutely right about that. He had it all the way right where he wanted it, and that was a pretty good one. Yeah, it sure was. Rojas coming in now, and he'll pop that one high in the air up to the center field area. And that will be a tag up. Here he comes. And that's going to be the tying run for San Antonio, 90 feet from scoring in. But they'll get out number 2 on the play. That will bring up Nerwillian Cedeno coming in for San Antonio. So pretty good here, and here's pitch. That, ooh, ouch. Boy, that got the umpire. I hope he's okay. We're going to take a moment, and, yep, that will pretty much be a moment where they check him out and stuff. And here's the 0-1. That one, ground ball to first, and he bobbled it right there, but the pitcher comes in and gives him reinforcements to get the out at first. And so far, that will do. So, no runs on a hit, no errors, and one left. We had 2.5. Midland leads 2-1. Bolt, Swift, and MacGyver will lead it off in the bottom of 2 when we come back. All right, about set for the next inning to go, and that's the bottom of the second. Henry Bolt coming in. Take it away, John. Thank you, Bob. We're about set to go as we have just entered into the second inning, and that one will get fouled, and the count now at 0-1. Got to see what's going on. Bob, are we trying to get the broadcast on the computer? Yeah, we're trying to get something going, but the computer is not acting good this evening. Well, have you checked for updates recently? No, I have not. Well, Bob, you need to continue to get after the updates. Make sure you stay on top of that at all times. Copy that, John. 2-1. Right there, high in the air. Right fielder Campbell getting after it. Makes a play, and there's out number 1. So pretty good right there, as that will be the first out. And that'll bring up third baseman Drew Swift. Swift coming in, ready to go. And here is the pitch by Net. And he'll take a strike inside. The count now at 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, and the pitch. That is right there and out of play. Foul, and the count now 0-2. And that's fouled away. 1-2, one more time. High pop up, straightaway up to right field, and Campbell has it for the out. 2 down here in this half inning.
Willie McIver.
Willie McIver coming in as he's set to go. And the pitch. Hits that one hard, deep to center. And that one's got wings. It's going to fly out of here. Right out of here, I would say. That was impressive. And Midland will have a 2-run advantage against San Antonio. And they are really going after them this evening. As you look at that, that was really hit hard in the air. Yeah, I got to say, John, it really was. Yep. Well, evidently, that was a pretty good one right there. Arabelle Angeles coming in. And the pitch. That one is a liner, fouled off. The count now 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. And the pitch. Right there, right at play, and the count now 0-2. Boy, I tell you one thing, Bob. This is pretty much already 11 innings, and that's going to be well crushed up the left, and that is gone. And Midland getting a home run. Another one. That is the second one of this half inning. And the Rockhounds lead 4-1. Boy, San Antonio struck first. It was 1-0. And then here come the home runs for Midland. They get a 2-run shot and then 2 more runs on top of that. Which that is pretty good. Well, time is being called as here comes the manager, and that will do for the starter here tonight. Not focusing on all cylinders, gave up 4 runs and a lot of hits, and he's not going to be a well-satisfied starter here in this one.
Number 60.
Omar Cruz is getting the ball as a left-hander. The 4-seam curveball changeup and a 2-seam fastball comes in now for San Antonio as he'll pitch in relief. Cruz coming in, and he'll greet up Colby Halter Strike in the count now, 0-1. Midland leads 4-1. 3 runs against San Antonio in this ball game. And the pitch. That's right there and inside for a cold strike. And it's 0-2. So pretty good on that one, and hopefully everything will be really good. Here's the pitch, and that's going to be a liner straight away up to right field, and that's the end of inning number 2. Well, I got to say, 3 runs, or should I say 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and they leave nobody on. We head to the 3rd inning. Midland leads this one 4-1. Well, about set to go for the third inning for San Antonio right now in the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Leo Dallas DeVries coming in, 4-1 Midland. And that one well crushed. Uh-oh, he comes in here. He whacks that one, and that one is out of here. And San Antonio has their second run in the ball game by Leo Dallas DeVries. And it's cut short. Now it's in half in the home runs. It's now 4-2. Boy, I tell you one thing, Bob, it's getting pretty good this morning, or this evening. Where are you at, John? Yeah, that's a good question. Where am I? The leadoff batter, Albert Fabian, comes in, and he hits that one out of play, and the count now 0-1. Home run last time up is 1 for 1. He was the first run, and Leo Dallas DeVries was also the second run. That one high and outside, that's even up at 1-1. Well, so far we spend the weekend and we have a good time coming in, and that's going to be outside the count now 1-2.
2 strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes to left fielder Fabian. And that is going to be a cutter, and now be fouled off, still hanging on. Partly cloudy skies. Stadium lights are on, and uh-oh, there's another one, and that one's going to be, where is it going? It's fair! And Fabian gets one. That is 2 back-to-back home runs in this half inning. Wow, and that will put a smile on a manager's face, John. Yeah, it sure would, wouldn't it? It's like a little kid in a candy store. When they get the chocolate, they know that they can have whatever they want. Well, that's how, that's how spoiled some kids could be, But hey, you know what? I was like that way back then, and well, my brother was like that way back then, but he was the more spoiled person I know. Ethan Salas coming in. Well, how was your brother spoiled way back then?
Yeah.
Well, you know that movie Toy Story, right? Oh yeah, Woody and Buzz. You got Tim Allen playing Buzz and
That's ball 2.
Tom Hanks playing Woody. Yep. And so anyway, we had these toys
Ball 3.
way back then, back when we were kids. And center fielder Joshua Mears coming in,
That's ball
and that is ball 4. So the tying run sits now at first base after the walk.
The center fielder, number 14, Joshua Mears.
And that'll bring up Joshua Mears. And that is down and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. 2 runs. And no hits on this one. Or should I say, okay, correction. 2 runs, 2 hits, and a walk. 3, 4, and 5 due up here in this half inning. And so far, pretty good. That's right there.
2-1.
And in for the ball. The count now 2-1. What a great hold-up. I mean, for San Antonio, tying run at the plate, the go-ahead right at the plate. And that's going to be right there. Line drive up the center, and that's caught for the out in that one.
The first baseman, number 6, Marcos.
Well, anyway, my brother was always the spoiled one, and Marcos Castañon, the first baseman, comes in. And a lot of times, back when we were kids, my brother did not like sharing Buzz. Oh, why? Because that was his favorite toy. and he wouldn't share with me, and we would fight over that. And they gave him more toys than me. Oh well, because he would scream and cry and pout and all these other things. That's kind of what a 6-year-old does, is cry, scream, and pout and all this other stuff. But anyway, I don't think he was 6 years old back then. I think when he was 9 and I was probably 6 or 7 way back then. And that's right there, strike 3, and that's a strikeout near the ground. And that's out number 2. But anyway, Mom would always come in there and she would say, "Hey, you stop that fighting right now." And evidently, she gave my brother everything, spoiled him like nothing else. That was just how bad she was. I mean, I'm not trying to, criticize her and what she did, but evidently she spoiled my brother so much that he is spoiled to this day. Well, I mean, John, there ain't nothing wrong about being spoiled. Oh? How do you figure? Well, anyway, John, I mean, to tell you one thing, there's a lot of people like that. Yep, I gotta agree. Well, 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. And we're 3.5. And the Rockhounds lead it by 1. It's 4-3. Nate Nankill leads off the bottom of the 3rd when we come back. On this Friday evening, it's Midland 4, San Antonio 3. About set to go for the bottom of the 3rd for Midland, right now the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Nate Nankill coming in as we're set to go. That's an inside strike. The count now at 0-1. As we lead off the bottom of 3 for Midland. Rockhounds 4-3 in this one. That's going to be right there, fair ball, and that will get down. And right there, and here comes the run. Not in time, right ahead of the throw, and Nankill gets at first base, second base easily, I should say. He's got a double. But anyway, you could have seen my brother during Thanksgiving. Oh, he was bad during Thanksgiving. Gotta say, John, I think you told me that story already. Y'all were coming back from Brady all the way to San Antonio, and people were laughing at you because he had that Star Wars toy, Grogu, that he was kissing. Yeah, and we were at the stoplight, too. And people were laughing at you like nothing else. 2-run home run back in the first. That is Nick Kurtz. Now, evidently, I told my brother, I said, look, you're going to act this way. You know, you are not going to spend any more holidays with me or Dad or anybody. I mean, it's my decision. I mean, you live in San Antonio. I live in San Antonio. So, you know, I'm not going to go 30 minutes to your house, pick you up, and you're yelling at me 2.5 hours all the way to Brady, saying, I want this, I want that. That's not fair. Why won't you give me this? Why won't you give me that? I mean, to tell you one thing, that's how spoiled he is. I mean, by golly. I mean, no balls in one strike. I mean, I don't mean to judge him. And right there, the run in to score, and that's an RBI sacrifice. And Midland will extend their lead to even a 2. That's 5-3 for the Rockhounds. Well, that'll bring up the next batter, designated hitter Nick Schwartz. And yep, I got after him one morning. He was cursing me out really good, dropping many F-bombs, and I was like, you know what, I'm not going to put up with you all the way to Brady. You know, Brady from San Antonio is 2 hours, 15 minutes from here, but evidently he just continued acting up, screaming and yelling at me, and nearly got me into a car accident, nearly. But the Rockhounds getting a 5-3 on that one, and so far we will head to the 4th inning when we come back. Midland leads this game 5-3. Well, we lead off the top of the 4th inning, and Ben Bowden will be pitching for Midland. 4-seam splitter, slider, and a 2-seam fastball on that as well. Yep. Well, anyway, got to say, we head to the 4th inning. San Antonio down 2 runs. Designated hitter is Cole Roederer as he comes in. And here is the pitch coming up. That one high and outside for a ball. The count now at 1-0. You know, and so far, if it's ever up to me, I probably wouldn't want to spend another holiday with my brother. Because, you know, just can't trust what he does right now. But evidently,
1 ball, 2 strikes.
It's probably not safe for me to hang out with the guy anymore because he's crazy. Oh, how crazy is he? Well, 1 ball and 2 strikes account now to Roederer. You know, when he goes to vocational, and so far, you know, my brother, he's always been in a vocational class for special needs and stuff. And, you know, he hit somebody in the head with a football helmet. He breaks other people's things. He pretty much just goes on a temper tantrum. I mean, when things don't go his way and he's flat up spoiled, you know, then he really starts going after people. Hey. Well, glad you're telling me that, because if I knew your brother, ooh, I don't think he would have lasted that long with me right there, would you? Yeah, for sure. 2 outs now. Rojas down 2. Well, that'll bring up Nerwillian Cedeno. Second baseman is 0 for 1 and a ground out. But evidently, Bob, I gotta say, I have not seen my brother since Thanksgiving of last year. And evidently, well, I tell you, just, you know, well, right there, that will be the play made, and that will end the inning. So we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Midland has the lead by 5-3. So we'll be right back after these commercial messages. This one brought to you in part by Taco Villa. Henry Bolt will lead it off for Midland at bottom of 4 when we come back. Bottom half of the 4th inning set to go for Midland right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, that'll bring up Henry Bolts. 7-8-9 due up against Omar Cruz. Starting to get some fans. And, yep, the previous game, those seats right there were filled up really good. No balls, 1 strike. Henry Bolts. And the 0-1. There's right there. Castagnon gets it midair. And there's 1 down.
The third baseman, number 16, Drew.
Well, that'll bring up Drew Swift. He's 0 for 1, a fly out. So far, pretty good here in this one as he gets in for Midland. And here's the pitch. And right there and inside for a strike. The count now at 0-1. So a pretty good evening for Midland and San Antonio. They split the game. And right there, that is out of here. And that goes straight to center, and it is gone. A home run. And the Rockhounds lead by 3. It's 6-3. And that's a home run by Drew Swift. So far, a pretty good one. 457 foot with 105.5 mile per hour. Well, anyway, what does your dad think of all the things going on at your brother's home? Well, I don't know, Bob. I mean, question is, and my dad knows that the staff there are responsible for him. And evidently, well, we've heard last time he tried to break in somebody else's house. Nearly got the cops called on him. Well, San Antonio PD nearly came to the house because evidently, well, they saw him on camera one evening, and the next door neighbor came over and they confronted the staff about him. And they said, if we ever see him at our house again, we'll finish him off, and yep, he'll go to jail next go around. Oh, wow. So they're not kidding about that. Nope. And if he ever tries to break into that house, well, guess what? He's going to jail. You know, and he needs to He needs to think that, I don't think he realizes that when there are consequences for repercussions, well, definitely there are consequences for repercussions. So right there, out of Willie McIver will be struck out by Omar Cruz, and that'll bring up a real Arabelle Angeles, the shortstop. He's home run, RBI run, and 1 for 2. But I tell you, Bob, I mean, he's broken a lot of things, costed a lot of people so much money. And so far, I mean, I don't mean to criticize him on what he does. I know that's part of his disability. And, so far, that's just how he is. That's right there, and that's gone. And Midland now leads by 4. Man, and they are doing pretty good and stuff. 413 foot, 98.5 mile per hour exit velocity. And the Rockhounds have something cooking. Yeah, they sure do, and they're trying to get their 41st and try to put Frisco down to 3rd. Yeah, for sure. Here is Colby Halter now, as he hits that one out of play foul. The count now 0-1. But I'm not trying to criticize what my brother does. Evidently, everybody knows that he's got a problem. That's right there up to right field. That's a base hit. And, yep, so far, he's had a problem since he was a baby. Well, that pretty much will do for Omar Cruz. Yep, he is not going to stay in this ball game anymore. And that will do for him on the mound for San Antonio.
Now pitching for
Well, Jason Blanchard is getting in this ball game as he'll pitch relief to a left-hander. There's a 4-seam slider, changeup, and a 2-seam fastball coming in this ball game. He needs one more out to conclude the 4th inning. And so far, that last out is Nate Nankiel. Runner at first, 2 down. 7-3 ball game. Midland getting in, and he is going to hit that one out of here. And Midland now up by 6. Boy, and they are coming back in this one. The Rockhounds really doing some damage here. Yeah, they sure are, John. They're doing pretty good tonight. Yeah, they are. But anyway, I got to say, if I said anything that make anybody upset at me, well, I'm sorry. You're just going to have to take it with a grain of salt that there is something wrong with my brother, and apparently that's why they got him in a group home. I mean, there's nothing wrong about that there, John. I mean, you're saying the truth, and the truth is there is something mentally wrong with him, but evidently, I guess it is what it is. Boy, 5 home runs on 5 hits, no errors, and they leave nobody on base. It is the 5th inning. Midland leads this game 9-3. And we're about set to go for the top of the 5th inning coming up. Leo Dallas DeVries will lead it off when we come back. Top of the fifth inning for San Antonio right now in the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, that'll bring in the shortstop Leo Dallas DeVries as he gets in this ball game. It was a home run the last time up, and now San Antonio down by 6 here in this one. 9-3 Midland here in this ball game. San Antonio trailing 6, and that is going to be fouled off. The count now at 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. And right outside, and the count now at 1-2. 9-1-2 due up top of the fifth inning. Just a few more innings tonight. Well, San Antonio will be back to a 9-inning ball game tomorrow night and Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. Fabian was a two home runs, 2 RBIs, 2 runs, 2 for 2. He's got 2 twos everywhere. Well, everybody going right now at this time. We got Springfield at Wichita, Tulsa at Frisco, Northwest Arkansas, Corpus Christi, Arkansas at Amarillo, and San Antonio at Midland. Still pretty good here tonight. And that's going to be a liner straight away up to center field. That's a base hit. Well, the hue of the clouds going pretty good. Sun coming out for at least a few more times tonight. Here is Ethan Salas. Salas coming in, and he'll take a ball outside. The count now 1-0. He was inherited a walk the last time up. He's 0 for 1. And so far, pretty good to go on that. And the pitch. That one's going to line foul. And the count now 1-1. But anyway, I do apologize if I made people mad about talking about my brother and stuff. But anyway, I just think that, yeah, he does have a lot of issues. And I didn't think I liked the way that people laughed at us when he kissed that toy. Well, you know, John, a toy's a toy. And the thing about it is, Bob, he was thinking, oh, this thing is alive. I mean, it's a real toy. Oh, I got to feed the baby. Oh, I got to do this. I got to do that. And come on, Grogu was just a Star Wars toy. I mean, from the series The Mandalorian. And he was kissing that thing, and people were just sitting there laughing at us. And I told him, I was like, dude, why are you doing that? You know, people are staring at us. We're out in public. Kind of embarrassing, right? That's going to be right there, and they'll flip to second, forcing the out, and that will do for this half inning. No runs on a hit, no errors, 1 left for San Antonio. And we head now to the bottom of the fifth, 9-3. Rockhounds in front. Trinkle, Schwartz, and Bolt will lead it off. When we come back, as Caden Trinkle will lead off the bottom of 5 when we come in. About set to go for the bottom of the fifth inning right now for the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Well, Caden Trinkle coming in now for Midland. 5'6", due up against Jason Blanchard. And he'll swing and miss at that one.
0-1.
In the count now at 0-1. Well, starting to see some clouds, and yep, they are glowing the orange hue, and gotta absolutely love that. You know, from this ball game, from 4 o'clock onward, we have had a full house. And what amazing that is. Got incredible fans here in Midland. Rockhounds and San Antonio Missions, Texas League teams in the South, and so far, pretty good on that. That one is skied to the right field area. Cedeno is under it, making the play, and there's one down.
The batter, number 6.
So San Antonio down to their final 6 outs here in this broadcast is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out. So pretty good as we go onward to the evening, and that's going to be right there, line drive, and that's up to center. That's caught for the out.
Now batting, center fielder, Henry.
And that'll bring up Henry Bolt. Flight out, line out is 0 for 2. Don't forget, tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock, our first pitch at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Wrapping up the 6-game set against San Antonio, and be our last ever road trip here for the year in Midland. And right there, that will pretty much do for the half inning is over. So no runs, hits, or errors, nobody left on base, and we head to the 6th inning. And Midland leads this one 9-3, leading by 6 runs. Marcos Castañon lead it off for the 6th inning for San Antonio when we come back in this broadcast. It's Midland 9, San Antonio 3. Top half of the 6th inning set to go for San Antonio right now. The Rockhounds Baseball Network. You know, Marcos Castañon coming in, and ooh, yeah, look at the clouds. They are really starting to glow the orange color. Absolutely love how they glow colors. Pretty nice about that. And that's an inside strike. The count now, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes to Castañon. And the pitch. That's right there. And that one is high fly in the air up to left field. And there is one down.
The batter, number 7.
Well, that'll bring up Jacob Campbell next for San Antonio. One away, nobody on for the Missions. And the pitch. That one high fly in the air, deep to right center. And they're giving chase, and that's going to land. And that's going to be a 1-out double. Jacob Campbell gets in.
Designated hitter, Cole Roederer.
That'll bring up Cole Roederer. And we'll see what he could do. He bats the left-hand batter's box. And so far, pretty good on that.
Ball 1.
That one right there is a ball, and the count now 1-0. See, last time up was a double, 1 for 2. Well, pretty good day for baseball, right, Bob? Got to say, yeah, John, it was a great day for baseball.
Nope, that's off the plate.
We had
Ball 2.
pretty much almost 2 games worth here in Midland. A big bad broadcast, which apparently we've been at it for at least a few hours, which that was pretty good. Right there, and that is out number 2, but a runner going to third We put another run for San Antonio, just 90 feet. All they need is a base hit, and that would be Yendry Rojas coming up to bat for San Antonio. But anyway, yep, a beautiful evening as we all look at it. One more night game through this week, and
Ball one, no strikes.
so far it will be pretty good on that. Here's the pitch. And that one is a high pop-up. And that is caught for the out. So that will pretty much do for this half inning. No runs on a hit, no errors, and one left. We now head to the bottom of the sixth inning, and it is 8-9-1 due up for the Rockhounds coming up for 6. Well, Drew Swift will lead it off when we come back, and Midland leads this one 9-3. About set to go for the top half or bottom half of the sixth inning right now on the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Drew Swift coming in, and boy, blisters that one up to right field. That's a base hit. Well, evidently, 3 more outs for San Antonio, and it would have been it.
Willie McIver.
That would bring in Willie McIver as he comes in. Hits that one straight away. And that's a base hit. So 2 back-to-back singles. I don't think they're done messing around.
Now batting, the shortstop.
Well, San Antonio is coming in. Here's Arabelle Angeles as he'll strike up next. Getting in a home run earlier on. Boy, just a lucky fan out there getting that home run. That's a home run baseball right there. And, yep, another one. Getting in on top of that. And the pitch is right there in the end for a strike. It's 1, 2, and 3 due up. Got a beautiful evening sunset here in Midland. Just absolutely love the color orange. It's beautiful. No balls, 2 strikes to count. And the pitch. It's right there high in the air. Up in center. And that is right there. And that will be runners going to first and third.
Now batting, second baseman, Colby Halter.
And that'll bring up Colby Halter as he comes in, 1 for 3 in a single. And the pitch. That's right there in the end for a strike, and the count now 0-1. The 0-1. And that is fouled off. And holding on at 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch. That one high fly in the air. And that one force run number 10 in to score. And there we go. It's now a 7-run lead for San Antonio. Midland has that 7-run lead.
The right fielder,
And here's Nate Nankiel, 3 for 3.
Nankiel.
He's got pretty much a home run, 2 doubles, 2 RBIs, and 3 runs for him this evening. That's going to be a liner straight away, and that will be foul. 0-1 the count. No balls, 1 strike, and that's down and in for a count now 1-1.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And right there in the end, strike 2. 10-3. 7-run lead for Midland.
No.
And the count now 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Got him. And Nankiel, not happy about that, goes back to the bullpen, and the side is retired. 7th inning coming up. The Rockhounds lead by 7. Cedeno, DeVries, and Fabian will lead it off as they will get the 7th inning. And we'll be right back on the broadcast on this one. Seventh inning set to go for San Antonio right now on the Mission's the Rockhounds Baseball Network. Yeah, we're not in San Antonio there, Bob, but anyway, Tanner Dodson coming in.
Tanner Dodson.
And is set to go as he'll close the door in game 2 with a 4-seam slider, curveball, and a 2-seam fastball. And he'll get the closing door assignment for Midland. Second baseman is Nerwillian Cedeno. He'll strike up first for San Antonio. Yep, that will go 1 ball, no strikes to the San Antonio second baseman. Perkins and Palouse warming up, 2 right-handers getting loose out there. 1 ball and no strikes. And the pitch. And that's going to be right there. And up to short. And that is a infield single. So great run out right there, as that will pretty much show that there is a base hit waiting to get loose out there. And yep, he was right on time. That was a tie right out there at the base between the base runner and the base ball. And that's going to be right there. And up the left, that is out. And there's the first one of the evening here in the 7th inning. Well, that'll bring up the next batter, left fielder Albert Fabian, 3 for 3. 2 home runs last time up. Singles, 2 RBIs, and 2 runs for the evening. And that one's going to be high and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, so far, pretty good in our broadcast. And yes, people in San Antonio have watched this broadcast. And that is right there, the count now 1 and 2. You know, and what I've said about my brother, you know, I really wasn't making fun of him. I just thought I'd have to say, you know, the way that he's acted, you know, it's just one of them things.
Catcher, Ethan Salas.
But hopefully, you know, people in the group home will look after him, and that'll bring up Ethan Salas. He's the last man up here for San Antonio for this evening. That is right there. That is getting down. And there's the out, and the Rockhounds win. Well, that means they will pretty much claim their 41st. And that will be it. 10-3 as they win in a split. So pretty good right there. So they'll take second place, and they'll put Frisco down at third place. So pretty good right there. Go ahead and switch that around. And there we go. Now, if you think I was being mean, then, you know, technically I'm not a mean person, and I just think I had to get out there and say what was on my mind and what was bothering me and stuff. You know, John, you're okay. Oh, no wonder why that was wrong on there. But okay. So anyway, San Antonio gets beat in this one. The final score is 10-3. Rockhounds claim the second game of the double. Well, 10 runs, 12 hits, no errors for Midland. For San Antonio, 3-8-0. Braden Net gets the loss. Nate Nankiel, 3 for 4, a home run and 2 doubles. Ben Bowden gets the win for Midland. And so far, that will pretty much do it here for this one. Anyway, for all of us in this broadcast, hope y'all have a great rest of your evening. And so far, the sunset, just absolutely beautiful. Got 2 back-to-back baseball games here in Midland. And so far, just pretty nice. Well, anyway, for both San Antonio and Midland, these two teams have really played it out today. Glad we had a 4 o'clock broadcast. And so far, we got in. Our total in this one is 4 hours and 7 minutes. 2 back-to-back games on 1 big one. And so far, pretty good as well. Well, anyway, we are going to see you later. But anyway, hope y'all have a good rest of your evening, and we will see y'all again soon. So y'all have a good night, and we'll see you at the ball game tomorrow night at 7:05. Game 5 against San Antonio. And last game on Sunday at 1 against the Missions. And it's back home to take on Corpus Christi for the final 3 games in the first half at home. And then set to go for Ben Gelman to do 3 in Corpus Christi and 6 in Wichita right after that. Well, anyway, y'all have a good rest of your night. And to our 2 ball clubs, what a great day it was. So anyway, San Antonio winning 4-0. Midland winning 10-3 in the doubleheader. So pretty nice. Anyway, have a good night and see y'all tomorrow.